and he painted it orange with black.
All right. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education dated Thursday, September 17th, 2020 to order. Can I get a roll call, Mr. Cook?
Yes. Mrs. Graves,
Here.
Mrs. Hoover,
Here.
Mr. Kime,
Here.
Mr. Blankenship,
Here.
Mr. Jones.
Yes. All right. If you all join me in standing and saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First up is the approval of the board agenda. Were there any changes to the board agenda for tonight? Can I have a motion to approve the board agenda?
So moved.
I'll second. Can I have a roll call, Mr. Cook?
Yes. Mr. Kime,
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship,
Yes.
Mrs. Graves,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes. All right. Next is the approval of the board minutes from the special board meeting on August 27th. Can I get a motion to approve those meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second. And a roll call.
Mr. Kime,
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship,
Yes.
Mrs. Graves,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
All right.
All right, next up, we have a presentation. I'm not sure the appropriate protocol, but we have Doug Schieffer here with the Bucyrus Elks Lodge 156. It looks like you're presenting a check to the backpack program.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And first off, I'd like to just say it's been a few years since I've been back here to Bucyrus, especially here in our board meeting. And things have changed a little bit, and I guess sometimes change is good. So with that, it's nice to be here, and on behalf of Bucyrus Elks Lodge 156 and our Elks National Foundation, which is the arm of our philanthropic of the Elks that makes the donations to community projects. Bucyrus Elks Lodge 156 over the last 9 years has been partnering with the school district, and during that time, we've, for the 9th consecutive year, we're now making another contribution, and that'll bring the total over $20,000 that we've donated to the backpack program over these 9 years. So with that, the lodge is very proud to continue with this program, and we'll continue with it in the foreseeable future as well. It's a wonderful program that is being run to help the needy children of this district and make sure that we take care of them. And Sarah's also just proud to be a part of that. So without further ado, I'd like to make a $3,500 grant check presentation to Virginia Hammondry and Kathy Wells from the backpack, the Sarah's backpack program.
Thank you.
She's the money one.
So I'll give the form to you.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
1, 2, 3.
And everybody's keys are firm. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all.
Really appreciate this. This is a challenging year, as everybody in the room knows, and it's right down to the empty shelf at the grocery store, and you ask for 300. There's a whole different point of view of that empty shelf. But thank you very much.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, we're welcome.
It'll come in very, very handy. We had asked for an increase in money from United Way, and we got about half of what we wanted from United Way, so this will really come in handy. So we totally appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Ladies, how much more would you need probably to fulfill the rest of the year? What's your estimate?
At this moment, I can't give you that information. I will say with all the problems we've had, I have ordered and ordered and ordered.
Mhm.
And because I ordered from so many different places, the cupboard is full.
Right now.
Okay.
I believe that we are serving 4 school districts now, in case anybody has missed that. I think we have supplies on hand to cover through Christmas.
Okay, good.
So that's a real big plus to feel like we've got that second harvest, along with the drive-through pantries that they've been having. They haven't got as much individual things for the backpack program, but I've been able to get some things at wonderful prices, and when they were available, I bought them. We're
Right.
sending Girl Scout cookies home for 9 cents a pack. Don't
That's
attack me,
awesome.
Girl Scout mothers. But we've really been able to get some excellent buys, as well as some we're sending home a lot of cheese and macaroni, but it was all free, and that really
Yeah.
stretches
Yeah,
That's
every dollar we have.
it's food on plates.
It just seems like whenever we think we don't know where it's coming from, something happens and we get a
If you're
donation.
doing
That's
the right
fair.
thing, it'll be taken care of.
And we, Randy had a wonderful idea as far as, if we had reached out to the media, and we talked about it at our board meeting the other night, and so we are working on some ways to let it be known. And we do, in case, I think we mentioned it last time, we do have a Facebook page, and, a lot of stuff is posted on that. And since we are working with the other schools, we do have people coming on board from them to be a part of our board also. So
That's good.
Angie Wise just joined our board from Colonel Crawford,
Mhm.
and Amy Van Voorhees, she's out at the high school. So we have a connection out there, but we wanted another member out there, and then we're working on someone from Winford to be a part of the board also.
That's
So,
good.
Okay.
community, and then watch, because we have some really exciting things coming up in the next month. Looking to raise some money also as far as a raffle for an upcoming Christmas thing on a giveaway. It's something that we post on our Facebook page, and then everybody has little girls, and just really be excited. So
Wonderful.
we really appreciate the
Awesome.
time and the opportunity, and our shelves are full right now, but and it started off rather small right now. I mean, because we're getting into the thing
Sure.
where every school also has a COVID plan in case something happens, but we didn't have that last year, so
Right,
we'll have that in place this year. If something nasty should happen, we hope that doesn't happen. So
right.
we're ready to go.
Thank
I
you.
think if you guys get the word out, there are individuals in this community
Uh-huh.
and there, businesses that
Mhm.
I think would be more than willing to support your guys' mission. I work in fundraising and I know it's tough with COVID, but there are people here that are great people that will probably jump on board as soon as they find out about it. Like I told you, I think a lot of people don't know.
Right,
Well,
right.
and
Well,
our
I think-
Facebook page, we're at about 350 followers now.
Is it
Okay.
just the backpack?
It's our backpack program.
Okay. And I think the fact that you're serving 4 schools also makes a difference in the community as far as getting donations and things, because a lot of people, you know, wonder, oh, should I help this school? Should I help this school? And this is,
Right. Last year, we
Doing-
actually got 2 checks from the same organization. And, I mean, they were both made out to backpack, but one specified one school and the other
Right.
specified the other school.
so I think if you get the word out that people are helping more than just one,
The
too.
raffle that we have starting at the middle of next month, I will only say it's gonna be exciting. I have to shut up because I'm getting way too excited. With that, I'll sit down.
Interest peak, right here.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, we want one. We will start advertising it the 1st of October and not selling tickets till the middle. But, very
Okay.
excited about it.
Absolutely. Well, I know I'm excited to see kind of how that continues and, you know, what great things you guys do with the money there and if that affects. And, you guys do a great job over there. Thank you. Thank you. And the Elks Foundation, Elks in general locally has done a lot for our district in
Yes.
regards to the backpack program, but they help out with sports. They do, you guys do a lot for our district. So thank you. I appreciate
Very much
that.
appreciated.
Mhm.
Membership enjoys very much so, so they'll continue.
Fantastic.
And I don't mean to take it a short time, but I'm probably gonna step out. And just want to say thank you, and it was, even there for a short time, it was good seeing you.
Nice to see you, Doug.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Please say hi.
Take care.
I'm-
It's good seeing you.
Yeah, we're gonna show
I
you
will.
what we do.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Former.
All right, so next up is the recognition of visitors and public participation. We only have the one. Okay, we've got Mr. Is it Travis Hardy? So you have the floor, sir, for, I
The
would say,
floor is
3
yours.
minutes. If more time's needed, we can do that kind of privately.
Do we need to,
Thank you.
do we need to give them camera or anything for the Zoom? Is that?
Oh, you're right.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you're fine. I just want to make sure. it's all right.
You don't really have to.
Join us. We all kind of feel that way.
line is your friend.
Do I stand in front of that?
Yeah.
Yep. And let me make sure yep, good.
Floor is yours, sir.
My name is Travis Hardy. I just want to start out by saying if I offend anybody, I'm sorry, but there's been a lot of things. As a parent of 3 children that have been attending these Irish schools for the past 20 years, we have never been more concerned about our children as we are today. I have donated my time for 18 years, coaching football, girls basketball, softball, working the clock for the high school and middle school basketball games. Countless times setting up, taking down at different events. I coached girls softball for a whole season, girls basketball, excuse me. And I could not tell you who our superintendent is. Never seen him at one game. After watching more than 50 teachers and administration walk out our doors in the past 3 years, the teacher here don't look too good to me. My wife found out 1 hour before my son was to walk across the floor for senior night the other night for golf. She left her work, rushed to the school, only to be told that because she didn't have $6 in her pocket, she could not walk across the floor of my son on senior night. She said, "I'm not here for a sporting event. I'm here to walk my son across the floor." They said, ma'am, I don't care. You don't walk your kid across the floor and you unless you have $6. So tonight I present you with $6 because you need it worse than I do. She left embarrassed. Whole line behind her. My son chased her outside. Said, Mom, I don't care. You're my mom. You're awesome, Mom. And I don't care about the school district no more. Not even an apology. Our athletic director know all about it. Do you think she would walk up to my son and apologize to him? Absolutely not. I've asked on 3 different occasions, on 3 different things that I've had for a meeting, nothing. She totally doesn't care. All she cares about is throwing her backpack on at 2:55, been told by many people that, and leaving the school. I've been at plenty of sporting events, help setting up while she's running around trying to find out who she can get to cover her so she can leave. That's happened several times. I feel that we need Crawford County people that care about our kids, not administration that could care less about our kids. When I walked into the Bucyrus High School, it feels like I'm walking into a business that was locally owned for 50 years and just taken over by a group of people from out of town that could care less about Bucyrus. Just here long enough to get what they can get and move on to the next location. That's my feelings and what I see. And I've been here a long time. I've donated a lot of time. And over $6, my wife was turned down from walking my kid across that floor. I just want you all to know that. So here's $6. I hope it does something for you. Thank you very much.
Well, sir, I think we all owe a collective apology. I know it won't change it, what happened, but
I don't know what my son does. My wife does. Neither one of them got anything.
I'll personally apologize to you because we could have done better.
Respect for you and your family, as I do Miss Graves' family.
Yeah, we could have done better in that situation. And I think everybody up here would agree with that.
We have another alumni, eyewitnesses at the football game that walked up to the locker room to root on his fellow. He just graduated high school, and the coach came up, not the head coach, but a coach come out and said, "Who the hell are you?" He said, "I'm an alumni. I'm here to group my team or my friends on as they come out of the locker room." He said, "Get the hell out of here." Is that what we've come to?
No.
I witnessed that from one of our coaches. And I respect the kid and I respect his family. And that's wrong. Thank you very much.
Agreed.
Thank you, Travis.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Next up is the treasurer's report.
Good evening. You have my written report in front of you. Got some highlights. We'll start off first with kind of the state budget, which there was some news released this week where Governor DeWine is taking a wait and see approach with respect to what he's going to do with the rainy day fund, where sales tax, income tax, all that's going to shake out. So still very much uncertain. I've had some conversations with him and his office directly, and they don't want to do any more than what they said they were going to do as far as a reduction like we saw last year. So they're really holding the line on education at this point. They're doing everything they can. There's still some green shoots out there. I think everybody's apprehensive as we head into flu season as to what's going to happen with that, what's the impact going to be. But right now the state's still trying to take a cautionary but optimistic tone that they're not going to have to do any more than that reduction like we saw last year. We're now underway. We started a bond refunding seems like eons ago in the spring. COVID hit, kind of seized up the credit markets. The wheels are back turning on that. I had our final due diligence call today. We've gone through our rating program with Moody's. They reaffirmed our A1 credit rating. State of Ohio was okay with everything they saw this week. They let us attach their state enhancement program to that. So we're sitting strong for the refunding. Hoping to price next Wednesday or Thursday. I hesitate to give you a figure. I know we're kind of targeting savings to the taxpayers on this tranche of about $400,000. It's driven by the market, though. Please understand that could fluctuate between now and then. Markets are funny. So we're looking at a substantial chunk of change there to be able to save. Again, hope to wrap that up next Wednesday or Thursday. We're in the midst of our audit. That started last month. That's going to be a whole lot of fun this year. They're working digitally. In the past, Dave knows there's been reams of stuff stacked in here. That stuff is all now going to have to be scanned to them. There's numerous phone calls back and forth. So everything, when they were on site, it was nice because you could just hand it to them. They go through it. Now we've got to scan it, get it to them. So it's pretty voluminous, but we're hoping to wrap that up in January. They're saying that's the plan at that point. Wi-Fi is completed on the football field, so we'll be able to get that technically last game, home game. There's some playoffs and other things with that, but that'll be useful for other activities as well. Last item, positive news. I'd like to close on that. Hotspots with Verizon. Still working on those. We've got them quote unquote ordered. The representative from Verizon emailed me yesterday. They are on back order, which is no surprise given what we've run into and everything else. The county commissioners have agreed to pay for that. The hotspot devices, I'm going to say filtering, and the service for 2 years. Verizon came out today. They called, my heart sank. That was approximately $182,000 that they're willing to spend on behalf of the district, 100%. They reached out to me today. My heart sank because we ordered these things and I thought bad news is coming. Actually, Verizon changed the terms. For the first 6 months of the program, the service is $15. After that 6 months, it goes up to $39.99 again. Commissioners have agreed to pick up the tab for that remaining 18 months at $39.99. I have to redo the invoice for them tomorrow, but it's going to add approximately another $180,000 to that. So we're looking at almost $400,000 county commissioners are willing to provide to the district in case we need those mobile hotspots. I don't have an ETA from Verizon. I know everybody wants them. Everybody's chomping at the bit to get them, but as soon as they can get them here, we'll have them if we need them. But again, I know we mentioned earlier, but can't thank the county commissioners enough for their dedication to being able to provide that, because they could let the funds go back to the federal government and the state, and they've said no, we need to help, and they're providing that to all the districts in the county. So that's a huge benefit to us. So as soon as we get those, I'll let you know. It's in process. They're going to cut us the check to make sure we're square on that. And with that, I'll close on that.
Can I get a motion to approve the treasurer's report and recommendations? So moved.
Support.
Any further discussion? Roll call, Mr. Cook?
Mr. Blankenship,
Yes.
Mr. Kime,
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover,
Yes.
Mrs. Graves,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next up is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. Quick response to Mr. Hardy's monologue there. Ms. Williams did contact me Friday night. I was actually there for senior night, was not aware of what had taken place until later in the evening. We tried to arrange a meeting with Mr. Hardy on Friday. My schedule was booked. We were going to have a meeting. He requested a meeting with Mrs. Radulovich, Ms. Williams, and myself. We did schedule it for Monday. I had a family emergency. Couldn't be here. Tried to schedule it for first thing Tuesday morning and was no longer interested. So we did attempt to communicate because all three of us felt bad about what happened. And all three of us were present. Had we been contacted by individual taking tickets, we'd have remedied the situation pretty quick. Those things are bigger than $6.
Yeah, and
We certainly
Krista,
recognize
can you
that,
give him
and,
his $6 back?
we would have made it
Yes,
happen.
yeah.
So anyways, very unfortunate incident. Can't get it back. That's the thing that stinks about it.
Yeah.
but understand his hard feelings, and we apologize for that. Okay, so let's go on to just a quick personnel update. We're slowly filling those late holes. Tonight, I'm recommending a candidate for the middle school position that was the late vacancy of Ms. Resch, who retired again. And we're excited about that. It's a big fill because we have some middle school kids that need service. And so we're hoping to get him approved tonight, and he's ready to start Monday morning. Next Tuesday, I'll be interviewing along with Jackie Sheets, who is the nurse that was on loan to us from Crawford County Public Health. We'll be interviewing an LPN candidate that our goal is to hire her as an aide to be at BSS full time. And then Jackie will kind of be stationed at the elementary, but be able to float back and forth. So we'll keep you posted on that. We're back to school, and it feels good. It feels clunky. The analogy I've used is it's kind of like everybody knows how to ride a bike, and you take a break for 5 months and you get back on the bike and it's a little wobbly and you're a little off balance. This is like doing that with a weighted vest and ankle weights. It's a little more challenging. Everybody knows the motions to do when we do education, and getting in line and sitting down and getting up and raising hands and asking questions. But we have some logistical things that we've been working through. And the administration, most of them that are here tonight, have done a great job of getting their buildings ready, getting staff ready. Can't say enough about our teachers and what they have done to kind of learn on the fly. There's only so much prep you can do, and then it's let's get them in, and then we figure some things out. And everybody's been cooperative. I've seen, everybody's kind of doing a little bit more and some different tasks. I've seen teachers, wiping down handles and stairwells and those types of things. And the custodians are helping out with the buses, and everybody's just pitching in to do extra and really what's needed to keep each other safe. And so can't say enough about the teamwork that's going on with the staff. And now we're starting to get into, the kids are getting acclimated to being in the classroom and the routine, and we're starting to get into what we're supposed to do, and that's the content area and to grow our kids intellectually. So there were specific COVID-19 orders that came out a week and a half ago, and we've passed the form on that schools need to complete if there is a positive case that we need to send to CCPH. And also it is very explicit, again, like this whole thing, it's evolved. And now it's, as soon as we have a positive case, we notify everybody. And that wasn't the case about a month and a half ago. Right. And so glad to get that cleared up, because everybody wants to know, and everybody's eventually going to find out on Facebook, right? So exactly. We'd like to get a jump on it as a school and be able to get the word out.
Matt is muted. Matt, you're muted.
Am I? Oh.
Well, I'm sure he's still probably picking up the sound somewhere.
Okay, awesome. I'm a loud talker. I'm using my outside voice. So, yeah, kind of in that same thread, I'm done talking for my presentation, or for the superintendent's report, and I thought might be better served if we had some of the administrators here this evening to report out on 3 of the initiatives that we have going on in the buildings. And I'll let Karen start working her way to the podium. Dr. Hall's going to be here this evening, and as you know, she led the reading achievement plan review, overview, and writing of that document that we submitted last December and then was approved. And so she'll present on that here in a minute. And then we have Mrs. Radulovich from the secondary school. It's going to talk about the comprehensive literacy grant and the work that we're doing as one of 9 high schools in Ohio on improving literacy grades 9 through 12. And then finishing up, we have the whole elementary team here. They one-upped you, Radulovich. So their topic tonight is the PBIS initiative, and can't say enough about Sarah Martin. I think Mike and Tim would both sound off in singing her praises, and she's just done a super job. And so anyways, with that, folks that are watching on YouTube, they can go to the district website, and there is a link for all the presentation materials that are going to be used this evening, except one, unless you can send it to me. So you can follow along. Dr. Hall's PowerPoint, but it's a PDF, is on there, and she will simply say next slide, and you can page along with the rest of us.
It won't let me share. It'll force me to quit.
Okay,
Sorry.
so everybody in here has to get onto the website and access it. Otherwise, it throws us off. So, Dr. Hall, give us a couple seconds here to get loaded up with
I will have
the
to cheat off of your screen.
right document.
Certainly.
Of course, socially distancing, right?
Oh, sure. But no, you're all right. I will share it with you here in just a second.
I just
So
can't. I
what did they
can't.
say, YouTube?
No, you go onto the district
Is this an
website. There's a
anti-Mac
link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I
Yeah, just
said it.
beside
I'm
city
feeding you a
schools.
line.
Okay.
Dr. Hall, are you unmuted? And
I'll unmute when we're ready.
do we have everybody have the PDF up?
This side can't be reached.
I think we
Brand's good.
Are we crashing?
No, not yet. I'm having issues with
Okay.
getting connected tonight,
Okay.
so.
I'm good. Yeah, we'll just.
May have to borrow someone's screen.
No, I can't either.
Come on then. You doing your phone, Krista? What's that? Actually, grab a chair here.
That's some sort of problem. Let it go, John.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you guys still see that?
Yep.
All right.
See it. Thank you.
President Jones, members of the board, I'm here to talk to you tonight about the Reading Achievement Plan. Simply stated, the Reading Achievement Plan, which we call RAP, is just the district plan to raise the achievement of students in reading. The reason that we were required to write a Reading Achievement Plan, and this is a criteria from the state of Ohio. The district received a grade of D or F on improving at-risk K-3 readers measure for 2 consecutive years. Bucyrus received a D on both of those. And remember, this is based on 2017, 2018, and 2018 and 2019 criteria. So there is some lag time with that. And the second criteria was that fewer than 60% of the district students scored proficient or higher on the grade 3 English language arts test. Our score in that was 48.7%. So that's why we had to write the plan. So the RAP team.
Next slide.
Next slide, thank you, I'm so sorry.
So we're on goals of reading achievement plan. Goal number 1, that'd be the 4th slide.
So the Reading Achievement Plan, the RAP team got together and we came up with 4 main goals. The first goal was that by spring of 2020, all ELA teachers K-5 will develop an ELA curriculum, a math and scope and sequence aligned with the Ohio learning standards. This was aligned with other district initiatives at the time, because basically what we kept hearing is that there wasn't consistency. This really means, what are we going to teach and when are we going to teach it? So we were able to accomplish that for K-12. It's always an ongoing process with refinements, but we were able to accomplish that. On goal 2 was by spring, next slide, sorry. By spring of 2021, a consistent literacy block, 175 minutes for kindergarten, grades 1 and 2, and 155 minutes for grades 3 to 5 was established that instructed in the 5 components of reading. This was the feedback we got from ODE on this, is that they thought that was incredible. Through the scheduling magic of Mr. Wallace, he was able to build that into the schedule, which is just amazing. We are good with that as long as we're able to stay in yellow so that we're having the full day program. The next goal was by spring of 2021 to have a multi-tier system of support that addresses the needs of all students. Thanks to the board and your purchase of iReady, it's going to be so helpful, because that is going to allow us to look at the reading achievement of every student 3 times a year. As with each administration of that, we're going to look at every student. Prior to this board approving some additional things like Lexia, iReady, we've had some professional development on a Wilson reading program. We basically had one reading intervention program called LLI. It's a great program. It works for most kids, but not all kids. And basically they say that LLI tends to work for 40 to 50% of the student population, which was right along with where we were proficient. So with a multi-tiered system of support, you look at every child. You determine whether or not they're proficient. Are they on target to be on proficient? And if they are not, the team gets together, looks at every kid and figures out what intervention that kid needs. The other major change we made is that with LLI, we were looking at this global data 3 times a year. With a multi-tiered system of support, you look at every kid every 4 to 6 weeks. You look to see if the intervention that you are providing is working. If it's not working, you don't continue to provide the same thing. You switch it up, you find an intervention that's going to work. That's our major goal. This is spring of 2021. We've spent the summer getting ready for it. The board has helped us by having us have the right tools in place, and so we're going to be moving forward with that. Next slide. The 4th goal was that by this fall, a recommended walkthrough form to assist teachers in identifying student literacy performance, and a form that will allow us to document best practices associated with instructional shifts that are going to happen due to this RAP plan. With this, where we're at right now, we're on target. We have developed a team of literacy leaders, and the first priority for them is to develop this walkthrough form. So it's something that they feel comfortable with, and it's something that's going to give them the feedback that they're deciding that they want. So when we're looking, next slide, when we're looking at what the RAP team has accomplished, we have formed a team of very knowledgeable and dedicated teachers. It has been a privilege for me to serve with these teachers. They're absolutely amazing. They worked over the summer. We spent 12 hours. They put their time and effort into reconstructing a book room that had somewhat been dismantled. There were gaps in materials. We had sets that were missing pieces, and we had intervention kits that were missing some pieces. They worked really hard to get everything inventoried rather than throw it out and order new things. We patched it. So we put together materials that were working in the past and somehow were abandoned,
And so we put those back together. Through the literacy leaders, we spent a lot of time because, again, we came up with this consistency. You know, the teachers wanted to have consistency with what they were teaching, with the tools that they were using. And so we worked many meetings, Lauren, to talk about what materials we wanted. And we have most of those ordered and received. Some are still on back order, but that was a huge accomplishment. The literacy leaders recommended professional development so that we had some professional development on these interventions to build capacity. Also, because we're changing to the minutes for all the teachers, we had professional development on what the first 8 weeks were going to look like for teachers, and also what those minutes were going to look like during the day. And the final thing we did was, the team did, was expanded and built capacity for new interventions. We've had training with the Wilson Reading, we've had training with Lexia, tons of training with iReady, and so that we're going to be ready to go. The literacy team, just so you know, had a grade level representative. So one teacher from each grade level, a title teacher, and an intervention specialist served on the team. The next steps, next slide. The next steps is the literacy leaders are going to continue to meet monthly. As I said before, they're going to develop a walkthrough form. They're going to monitor the professional development, see if there's holes, see if there's things that we still need. They're going to determine if additional materials and resources are needed. And most importantly, we're going to start implementing targeted interventions for students based on the data. And the next slide, just to recognize the literacy leaders that have worked so hard on this. So a big thank you to them, and thank you to the board.
Me too. And that is the key to moving kids. 3 times a year is just not it. There needs to be, you know, continual monitoring and continual, like you said, if it's not working, you change it up. If you keep doing what you're doing and it's not working, it's going to continue not to work. So good. I'm thrilled. It all makes a lot of sense. I appreciate all the things that you and your team have done. And yeah, initially, but yes, it really makes me, yeah, I've kind of been consulting a little bit.
Thank you.
Yes, but it is, so the consistency piece is absolutely huge. And it really makes an enormous difference. And without it, you know, kids just stagnate. And that, as Lori will I'm sure agree, we've seen that happen too. So yeah.
One of the schools that we evaluated, this is a couple of years ago, just in comparing demographics and academics, was Girard, I think, local schools.
Yeah, Girard.
And I looked at their K-3
Village, maybe.
Numbers. They are just blowing it out of the water. And it's translating on up. So clearly they've been onto something for quite some time.
Right.
They were the one that was probably most similar to us demographically.
Right.
And we look at them and we're like, why can't we be doing that? And you look at K-3 reading and their results, the last time I looked, were just absolutely amazing. So
yeah. And then it does feed into the middle school and the high school. And, you know, it just is one of those things.
We will reap what we sow. Yeah.
And I think that that's Absolutely. Awesome. Kudos to everybody. Mike, for getting it into your schedule and working,
Yes.
because it is an all hands on deck type of thing. And it is, there's a lot of models where it works if we can get the time and everybody involved. And so kudos to all you guys.
Yeah, this will make a big difference.
Yep.
Oh, one more question. What will it take for us to no longer be being mandated to have a reading achievement plan? Like what's that look like transitioning forward? Like when will we be able to say we've successfully implemented everything? Is it just strictly off 2-year scores windows, or?
Well, it depends on what you're talking. I mean, you can see a lot of growth in things beyond the grade card, but
Yeah.
on the actual report card, it's still a
we were just-
K3
told.
literacy score.
Yeah, we were told we had to.
So it's the
We
same
don't have those-
criteria.
Yeah, since we don't have those 2 standards.
Okay,
Got to hit the Tuesday, yeah.
it's not like we'd stop practices
Right, no, and you continue that. I mean, you commit to it and yeah, absolutely, and not let it die out. Yep. All right, to keep the ball rolling in the same court, I'm going to go over our comprehensive literacy sub-grant that we were awarded at the secondary school this year. That's exciting
A
too.
lot of this carries over from
What the elementary
is doing as well. So the neat thing is the kids will be able to transition from one building to the other with similar ideas and content and practice. So a really awesome thing happening in the district, fantastic that we were awarded this. I was gonna start with PowerPoint, but I think we would have is a little bit easier to look at for you guys. So the NCO ESC working with Dr. Hall and Jen Davis, who's at the elementary, had helped put together this sub-grant and send it to the State Department. They consulted with building level administrators, getting data to be able to put into it. We applied for it at all levels. The elementary, the middle school, and the high school. We were awarded it at the high school. As you see here, we were one of the 9 high schools that were awarded this sub-grant. In the entire state of Ohio, out of all the applicants, we have received this. 9 middle schools received the sub-grant, 16 K-5, and 16 early childhood partnerships. So again, one of 9, and the goal with this sub-grant is that Bucyrus City Schools, with the other 8 in the state of Ohio, become a model literacy site for other schools to come and view, be able to replicate, see the best practice, the science of reading, literacy-based, evidence-based practices in our building, and go back and replicate it within their building. So it's very, again, a very great honor. Once we go through the 4 years of the sub-grant, we follow our data for the 4 years, we provide it to the Department of Education, and some of the similar things to what Dr. Hall talked about is what we're required to do. They'll give us some walkthrough data that we need to track. We'll submit it to them. Other information is very similar. We have to attend a literacy leaders network as a team. We have to put that together. But as well submitting that data as we keep going. But I'll go back to the PowerPoint sticking off. The next point is to advance the literacy skills and development, reading and writing for 9 through 12. Traditionally, those who've been underserved. So due to our gap closing, we have struggled with hitting that bottom 20%. You hear it a lot in different districts. It's not a Bucyrus problem, it's a lot of school districts problem. Hitting that bottom 20% and moving them forward, that's a big goal of this, not leaving them behind, making sure that we scoop them up and keep moving them with the other students. So again, the creation of the modern literacy site to implement best practices with Ohio's plan to raise literacy achievement. So this is directed from the Department of Education. We have a coordinator there that works directly with us in the ESC to make sure this implementation is happening. If you turn the page to the back side, the goals of the grant is to increase the percentage of high school learners that met or exceeded proficiency on the English end of course tests. So the English They were using English 1 and English 2. Unfortunately, with the end of the English 1 test, the Department of Education is kind of building the plane as we fly it again. And we're waiting for that data of what's going to be that next piece. We've requested that we use ACT scores. That as well will show that learning gap for the bottom 20%. I believe with our reading, we have 20-some% that had 0 to 12 on the ACT. So there is a deficit where we can move those students forward. By 2024, our goal is to have 80% of our learners that will score proficient or higher in the English language arts test. This is equivalent to 2-3% growth a year. Same thing, I'm a big numbers person. As a teacher, you hear, oh my gosh, I gotta get to 80%. It seems very high in 4 years. It's only 2 to 3% a year. Scooping up 10% of those kids in your classes, that would give you overall 9 to 12 back up to 2 to 3% a year. Our goal is to increase the low and low average students to the above average in the language arts. And one of the goals is to update our local literacy plan that was created as part of the RAP, and making sure that we update that yearly with the Department of Education. The activities to accomplish these goals, a lot of the grant is really professional development and coaching. It's a very coaching teaming model, co-teaching, co-planning, as well as supporting them, walkthroughs, getting some of the teams through as well. But it's based on the science of reading and evidence-based literacy practices. To adopt the best practices and resources for implementing reading and literacy practices. One of the pieces is to establish the MTSS and RTI team. Currently, we do not have an RTI level at the secondary.
RTI.
Response to intervention.
What the RTI process does is it's another form to help identify your at-risk kids. It can be behaviorally or academically. Your tier 1 interventions are usually your universal interventions that you provide those students. It can be as simple as reiterating directions 2 to 3 times, providing it in multiple formats. A lot of your tier 1 interventions are going to use barriers, which is why we partnered this with, sorry, I have to get a big breath here.
No, it's.
Which is why we partnered this with our,
You can have 6 minutes.
our secondary grant. That we have as well, that we are implementing through the UDL with the company that created it fast. So they really will go hand in hand. Once we get a lot of our tier 1 interventions established, we'll move to the tier 2, which are much more independent. They can be your small groups. Again, looking back at those bottom 20%, we're doing the same in our TBT meetings right now, our teacher-based teams. And what we're doing with those is learning some of these tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supports. We've identified our students that are struggling. Your 1s and 2s is red, 3s is yellow, 4s and 5s is green. Each of the teachers are taking back an intervention. Right now it's a universal, your tier 1. As we go into this each month, we're going to move to tier 2 and 3, especially with your red. While we're identifying the 3 subgroups, we also don't want to leave behind our advanced learners.
Right.
We need to keep moving them forward, get to advanced plus, to make sure that they're prepared for the ACT. A lot of what I've seen with this in the past, you can move those students' ACT scores up a couple points even with targeted interventions. So again, the MTSS is going to also help the over-identification with some special ed students. It's an early response to intervention. If they're not getting the support they need with tier 1, we use tier 2. If tier 2 is not providing them the supports and success in class, they go to tier 3. If tier 3 is not having success in class, you can look at that point at recommendation for an evaluation to see what is the struggle with that student. Some other goals: analysis and use of student literacy and adult implementation practices. So again, that coaching model, helping support the teachers, enhance parent and community engagement opportunities, emphasize the science of reading and evidence-based practices, coaching and teaming for the alignment of literacy standards and model literacy labs. It's a really cool thing. Again, we're going to start to form these communities within the school, having the teachers work together, co-teaching, co-planning, but also cross-curricular, organizing those lessons together where we could see the aha moments. Didn't I learn this in science? Didn't we just go over this in social studies, and it carries over to the other subjects? Ensuring that the standards-based IEPs with implementation and evidence-based literacy interventions to support that gap closure, and ensure that our efforts support at-risk students in literacy. The last page has the staff to help implement those goals along with the staff in our district. One is the literacy coaching. We currently have Sarah Casper every day in the district. Sarah's goal is to help coach with the teachers. She goes in their classrooms, helps provide support, helps provide anything with planning, has recommendations, is that co-teaching, co-planning model. She's already helped with a few online programs with some of the staff, integrating it. And you've seen the light bulbs in classes. The kids love her programs. We were in a meeting last week, and one of the counselors we were working with said, a lot of kids from going through 5 months of working on their phone are coming back and facing depression or anxiety because they don't have their phone in their hand. The next best thing is what we have with our computers. We purchased with our other grant 5 different programs to help the teachers have really cool, really neat lessons and engaging and stimulating, high interest with those students. Sarah's helping implement that in a couple of classes. The kids already are coming in much happier, much more engaged, participation is increased, and a lot of it's at comfort behind the computer, seeing the computer, the program, the activities with it. The other thing, special ed coaching and literacy. This goes back to helping with the implementation with IEPs and best practices as our goals and strategies in supporting those students. RTI coaching and literacy, working with our team. We are creating the MTSS team or RTI team. They're going to help support us in that creation, implementing those tiers within our classes and within our building. The paraprofessional, this part is going to help with our reading, our Wilson reading. We have Kat Suhan that already started. She's doing a great job. She has 5 subgroups. We just added one with her today or yesterday. A lot of who she's working with, though, 4 of the groups are middle school and only 1 high school. This paraprofessional is going to pick up some of those high school kids so they're not getting left behind to help them get advanced with their reading. In the last 2 are family involvement and engagement in the literacy network. The family involvement piece, we've already started some of these supports with that. Thank you guys so much for giving us Diane People. She is amazing, 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 amazing. She's already dove in. We're bringing Battle of the Books to our secondary school to help with reading and creating that competition. Everybody loves a little healthy competition. We're going to use some of those supports that have Bill. It's going to take a little bit to get the books involved. But even she's got a COVID plan during, if we do end up going blended or online, where she's going to have book drop off and handing them the books that they ordered so we can keep the battle of the books and keep these kids really interested and engaged in reading. Some other family things, the reading under the lights that she's done. We have 3 different things that we're working on, and that's just the start. The family engagement piece, though, is more year 3. First year is your comprehension, is what we're really honing in on. Next year is vocabulary. And then the last 2 years are some of the family engagement and getting more out there and involved. But the last piece is a literacy leaders network that we're involved with SST 7. They meet bi-monthly. We'll have all the other educators that were awarded these sub-grants as part of it, but also any other educational facility that wants to help improve literacy within their schools. So very neat opportunities. This is an awesome thing. It's provided us almost 5 staff coming from the ESE to help support in 5 different areas.
That's good.
It's a lot of coaching and teaming and modeling. And again, it's going to help that cross-curricular to solidify that learning. We hear over and over how many times kids have to hear things. If we can do it in the different subjects and start teaming with it, we'll see the results improve tremendously. So,
Good.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And I have to say, just, from my perspective as a literacy specialist, it is exceedingly rare to get that kind of a grant for a secondary building. And so it is extremely special and what a wonderful opportunity. Typically kids are looked at, secondary school, they're supposed to come with all reading skills and so they kind of get forgotten a great deal. And particularly mechanical reading skills, and a lot of middle schoolers and high schools struggle with reading mechanically. So if those can be addressed in an RTI situation, then they have an opportunity to read comprehensively and get all those scores up. So that it's fabulous. And congratulations to you and the whole team. And I know Diane will do wonderful things in the library as well. So yeah. Good deal. It's exciting.
Thank you. Yes, Army. All right, Army of One.
Hi, I think most of you know me, but if you don't, I'm Sarah Martin. And just to be clear, I am not an administrator. I'm a teacher on special assignment, although I spend my entire day with the administrators. So I'm going to talk to you about PBIS. PBIS is Positive Behavior Intervention and Support. And so a lot of people look at it, the key word in there as behavior, which yes, this is all about behavior, but it is changing teacher behavior in order to change student behavior, thereby improving academic outcomes. And as I was listening to our two other ladies speak, I thought it was coincidental that they both brought up multi-tiered system of supports, because guess what? PBIS is a multi-tiered system of supports also. Just more on the behavioral end. So this year we are starting with tier 1, which is our bottom, and most students are supposed to respond to tier 1 intervention. And I'm going to be talking a lot about those this evening. But then there are also other students who need tier 2 and tier 3. Their behavior is not as good as everyone else. Tier 3 is kind of severe behavior. So we're not going to ignore those this year, but we're focusing on tier 1 because that's where you start. So we're going to get that under our belts and try at the same time to service the kids who need tier 2 and tier 3 to the best of our ability. It is really a hard to breathe.
Yeah, you need to take a break.
Tier 2 and tier 3, we will work on more in the next few years, but we're not going to ignore those students that need it right now. And we just found out today, Mr. Wallace was showing me some data from the iReady. We have a student in 4th grade who has behavioral issues, and we all know it, and it's been that way for a while. In his iReady testing, he tested at the 1st grade level. So there we see how that fits together. If they're doing poorly academically and we can't get them to rise, then their behavior sometimes follows that, because they realize, especially at that 4th grade level now, that I'm behind. I know I'm behind. The other kids know I'm behind. What am I going to do so the kids don't think that I'm not as smart as them?
Yeah.
I'm going to misbehave, or I'm going to do something to get attention off of myself. So it goes hand in hand, like the things that we're working on. All right, so PBIS actually started last year. We met before schools began as a team. We have a whole team, one person from each grade level, plus Mr. Wallace, Mr. Sauter, and Deb Breitlaw, our guidance counselor. And we worked to develop our behavior matrix. And that is basically just our school-wide expectations. And we have it nicely laid out in a grid form with pictures so kids understand what everything is. And then it didn't go a whole lot further than that for like the first half of the year. And then the second half of the year, we kind of hit a little harder, and our team met monthly. And in subgroups, we developed a consequences flow chart, a student referral form, lots of different things that we needed for the program to actually work correctly. And then I was hired in May, I think. So then I really started taking a deeper look at what PBIS was. What do I need to do to get this off the ground? What do I need to do to get this working better than it did last year? Because we did do some groundwork, some footwork, but it really didn't take off. So this is when we were off and we were not meeting. And luckily, the state support teams in Southern Ohio down by Cincinnati had a whole slew of stuff on PBIS. And I was able to attach myself to those because they were doing it via Zoom because nobody was meeting live. And so I think they probably thought it was kind of odd that this person from a place that I'd never heard of was sitting in with them, but they were very gracious and they accepted me. And so I did a lot of training that way because otherwise there was nothing around here for that. And so then over probably the month of June, I developed 2 PBIS classrooms. And I sent those to you if you had a chance to look at them. And those were, the purpose of those was for the teachers to have something to reference during the summer if they so chose, preparing them for what we were going into this year. The first classroom was just basic tier 1 PBIS practices. And again, it's not just behavior. A lot of it was like routines and procedures, encouraging expected behavior, discouraging inappropriate behavior. But then some of it also has to do with academics and classroom instruction. How do you sequence your activities? Do you offer choice? Do you give multiple opportunities to respond? What is your task difficulty? Is it going to be too easy or too hard? Do you let them choose where they are on the gamut, or do you just say everybody has the same assignment no matter what? So you have the differentiation in there. And then the other Google Classroom was PBIS tied to SEL. Anybody who's in education right now knows SEL, social emotional learning, is a big thing. So the two really tie very, very well together. If you sit down and look at anything social and emotional learning and PBIS, you can see where they line up very, very well. So then after that, I thought, okay, and our team is meeting all throughout the summer. What can I do to help our teachers? Because this is a lot of stuff. We're throwing a lot of information at them. What can I do to help them so when school starts, they're going to know, they're going to feel more comfortable with it, and they're going to know where they can go to find anything that they need to have for PBIS. And so that's when I created our staff PBIS site. And that just has our handbook. That's where they can find a student referral form if they need it, newsletters, and if you take a look at it at some point, there's a lot of stuff on there. That's probably the most important thing to look at if you look at anything. Then during the summer, we developed our reward system. And I should say, as we're talking about this, when I say we, it really is we. This is teacher-led. I'm not making the decisions. Mike's not making the decisions. Tim's not making the decisions. If something needs to be decided, we meet as a team and we talk about it, and we come to, and we don't always agree, but we come to a happy medium, and that's how we get to where we are. So we met in the summer to talk about a reward system, and we were using what we call BCSD bucks. And they're these little bucks that look like Monopoly money. It's got Rocky, our school dog.
There you go.
Hey. Got some. And every teacher has each grade level is a different color, so you can kind of track how many are coming from where. And so the idea behind this is if a teacher sees a student in the school following an expected behavior, then they can hand that to them, and then they are supposed to also give specific feedback as to why the student is getting it. Not just here, you're doing a good job, but I saw that you were walking quietly in the hallway. Thank you for being, it could be any of them. Thank you for being respectful to the other classes around you and not making noise in the hall, so that they know why that they got it. So then what can they do with those? Well, we have a school store. Originally, it was supposed to tie to the cafeteria and be just during their lunchtime and an easy way for them to spend their bucks. That did not happen because of COVID. So we have our classes are more spread out in the cafeteria and for a short amount of time. So now we have store in a cart. And it's like I get to push the store in the cart.
Whatever works.
Every morning, I push my store in the cart to whichever grade level it is. Some days it's 2 because we have more than one grade level. And then the kids who choose to spend their bucks can come out. And we have a lot of those little trinkety things that kids love to get.
Yeah.
One of the favorites is the squishy dolphin. And I don't know what about that dolphin and everybody loves, but it's got like some beady things inside, and you squeeze it and they move around, and they love that. They love the little plastic gems or diamonds, we call them, all different colors. It's just ridiculous what they like, but they do.
It's fun night stuff.
Yeah,
Fun night
it's that kind of stuff. And then we also have some rewards that are not tangible. So the most favorite of those is Rocky Time, where Mrs. Brainbaugh contacts their teacher, and if they purchase Rocky Time, then they get to go spend some time with our school dog.
I wouldn't purchase Rocky Time.
Yeah, I would say.
So they love that. Another thing that we're doing is school-wide celebrations, which is separate from our Bucyrus Bucks, and that one is tied to if we've had to have administrator intervention and attendance. So the first one is September 30th, lunch on the lawn, and that one's super easy to plan because we just get to go outside and have lunch. But students who have had, let me get this right, no more than one administrator intervention. And we did that on purpose because we know our population and we know who we're working with. And we want to give them a chance. So we don't want the whole month to be blown by the kid who on first day of the month has to have Mr. Sauter and Mr. Wallace talk to them. And then they know that for the rest of the month, they already have lost it. So we give them a little time to earn it back. And then we also tie attendance into that too. We had a PD for teachers in professional development in August when we had all of our days that we were working before school. And we spent a half a day, our team, our PBS team, talking to the rest of the staff about what we were doing. And we're just trying to be really consistent about everybody's on the same page. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody knows what it's supposed to be. And we're trying to making sure people follow through with that. A little bit about our student referral form. It's kind of different than we have done it in the past. So our data is not really comparable to what we've done in the past few years. But this year, when we have even a small problem that probably wouldn't have been reported before, we're asking the teachers to put that on the student referral form so that we are tracking how this behavior works. And it's not a surprise to us when all of a sudden we have a student in the office and there has been this awful thing that's happened. We can kind of see the path to get there before that happens. As of last week, we had, I'm gonna say, so I did my newsletter on Sunday, I think, and there were 36 referrals in the system, but only a couple of those were administrator handled. Everything else was just our tracking system so we can see how things are going. Now it has gotten a little worse this week. We're back into school. Kids are used to being there. So we're gonna have to work that out a little better. And then like I said, about my newsletter, I'm trying to do a weekly newsletter to keep staff updated on important things that are happening, focused on what we're doing for the specific week. I've started some parent communication, a flyer just went home yesterday with the parent website on it, so that they have information about what PBS is, how it works, where they can go to find more information. And then, not necessarily tied to PBS, but kind of, we have a 95% attendance rate for this year so far. Attendance happens to be the other part of my job, which is more highly difficult than I had ever imagined it would be, especially right now because of COVID going on. And so we had to hunt down kids, like, are they just not coming? Are they going to online school and they haven't told us? Are they homeschooling and they haven't told us, which is happening quite a bit. Like people think, I'm just keeping my kid home, I'm gonna teach it here. Well, okay, you can do that, but you can't do that without telling us. And then you have to fill out a form and get it signed, and then you can homeschool. So finding kids has been kind of difficult, but as of Friday, I found our last one in Missouri. And so we at least had a parent contact with all of them in some form. That does not mean that what they said they were doing is just have it. But
We don't expect you to try.
so, that is PBIS and probably more than a nutshell. And I knew when I wrote things down in the paper that I would talk to longer than I was supposed to, but.
Could you add us to your newsletter? I'd just be
Yes.
curious to follow.
I will try to remember to do that. If you don't get one, shoot me an email and then I'll.
Yes, and so and there is a parent newsletter as well.
Well, I just sent out yesterday the first indication of this is what we're doing this year. So I'll have to see where that goes. I had thought about it, but then I'm not quite sure how to do that because I know a lot of times on paper, newsletters are not as effective anymore. And I do have a really cool program that I'm using for our teacher newsletter that's online.
Right.
But then that would also mean that I need email addresses, although I think you might be able to look at the Facebook page. I'll have to look into that.
I was wondering if there was, maybe a combination of ways, like you said, I think some of the parents, we still have some people that have no connectivity,
Yeah.
so a paper.
Yeah, I'm not
thing
sure
for
which
them.
is best, because I know some people just chuck them. And then it
Right.
doesn't matter.
Right. But a combination,
both,
maybe a combination, or get email addresses for those that we can, and if can't get them, then they would get it. Because I do think that's a huge piece too, is that parent.
Yeah.
If they can become invested in it and involved and.
Or possibly even consider maybe posting it on the website.
Right, the website or the.
Yeah, we probably could do that too, because Jim got up the parent website is attached to our website, our main website, and he did that really quickly. I'm just not sure how many people go there to look at things.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How has behavior been at the elementary school this year? I think it was pretty rough last year from what I understand. How has it been this year so far?
It's been, I would say it has been better. Now, there are factors that play into that. One of our really hard classes was the 5th grade, and they have moved on. And then we also had some students who were more difficult than others who have chosen to do online learning or have not come back to us that would have still been in our building. So that does help our behavior situation. But I also think that with this program and our consistency in trying to make sure everybody's doing the same thing, that has helped also. We'll kind of have to see how it plays out here in the next probably 2 to 3 weeks to see, because we did see a little uptick this week, to see if that continues.
Yeah.
And how we're going to remedy that if it does, or if this week is just
I would do.
Full moon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thanks bunch. I owe you lunch. But earlier in the week, I shared with the board that we had received our notification from ODE that we're still a focused school at secondary school, and we are still in Ed Choice Elementary. That's the sour news. What I wanted you to hear tonight is we're working really hard to get better and get us off both of those lists and get us off the DF list.
So is that what gets us a school of focus designation?
School of focus, it's performance of our subgroups.
Okay, because I noticed it was
in our bottom 30%. Yeah,
it was students with disabilities and Caucasian students.
Were
our 2 groups, and we were off of economically disadvantaged, I think, from the prior year. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we need to do to get off of that? Just push those.
We got to raise our performance index.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise the index.
And that's where the reading part.
That's part of it.
That's part of it.
Yeah. They're reading tests. I think nobody's going to argue that. They're all reading tests. Even the math test is a reading test. But we got to make better readers. And we can talk about how that plays into our graduation rate, because that's also a piece of it. Later on, but I did want to end that. I didn't want to focus on those letters. I wanted to focus on what we're doing about those letters. And we are full steam ahead, and we've got some great resources at our disposal, and we've got great focus going right now. So excited about it.
Cool.
That's my report tonight, Mr. You want to be superintendent here?
No, one thing,
Yeah.
I brought up last week about the AIDS. There's a shortage, and I'm going to talk about this later in the discussion when we talk about graduations. So, is there a shortage? Because like I said, I'm living in with my wife who works in a preschool. I know that there's a child in their class that needs an aid, and they don't have it. But are there other situations in the district, the elementary? Because what I'm going to talk about is we have to increase the positive. We have to give positive experiences district-wide. And if we have kids that don't have AIDS, even at the preschool level, then that's a negative experience. It's gonna make a lot more sense when we get to the discussion, but where are we with that as a district? And Dr. Paul,
You know,
you have-
as far as substitutes,
No, I'm talking about
full-time
kids
aides.
that need aides. Are they
That has to be
getting, are
written.
they being served?
That has to be in an IEP though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Are we serving those kids?
They have to
Because I know we took aides to do the new format at the elementary school, which I'm all for that. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we should be doing to enhance the student experience.
Mike, Kim, Karen, aid situation, are we covered?
Yeah, I know, we're always like, you know, but it has to be an IEP team decision, because if you have an adult with a kid, it interferes with their ability to connect socially with others. So that's why by law, it's a LRE, a least restrictive environment discussion with the team. We've had a couple of preschoolers come in who are pretty extreme, you know, with autism. And so we have gotten aids for them, and I think we're monitoring the situation.
Okay.
Aides are hard to come by.
Right, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
but what situation can we be in if a child has on their IEP that they need an aid and we're not providing that?
If they have that on their IEP, we are providing it. I think that the first couple of weeks of school, because we did this all hands on deck, we kind of decided together that we were gonna get the year started, have 2 teachers in every room, or a teacher and a parapro. And then next week, we really need to start looking at the services that we're providing. And if we have a student that needs a para, we're gonna be coming to you asking to hire one.
Okay,
Fair enough.
thank you. Well, thank you all for the update here. Next up is personnel services.
Okay, so we're getting busy with getting our 21st century program going at BES. So you see a lot of after-school program tutors there, as well as advisors at the middle school and the high school. And of course, our recommendation for the middle school intervention specialist position.
Can I get a motion to approve personnel services?
So moved.
Support?
Further discussion? Roll call. Mrs. Hoover?
Yes.
Mr. Kyle?
Yes.
Mrs. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship? Yes. Mr. Jones? Yes.
Thank you. Classified, yep. I'm just going to put a plug in there that we did run an advertisement for sub-aides and classified
I did see that.
personnel. And if anybody that's out there listening knows somebody that's looking for part-time, full-time work, we're looking for folks. We're looking for aides. We're always looking for sub-drivers, sub-custodians, sub-secretaries. So get a hold of us or go to our website and our employment link, and let's see an application from you. We'd love to build that pool.
I know of one that currently works for us that I'll speak with you about.
Awesome.
As a person to approach.
Awesome.
I know she would appreciate.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Really just like word of mouth. That's how we found the LPN, because they ran it, and there's not a lot of LPNs and nurses out there right now. Everybody wants.
We already utilize her in other capacities, so I think we need to utilize her for this too. So.
Perfect. Spread the word.
Can I get a motion to approve personnel classified staff?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Roll call. Mr. Khan?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover?
Yes.
Mrs. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes. Next up is the business section.
On to business. Three nice donations there. Awards
yeah.
for PBIS and as well as a beautiful new flag for the stadium. Larger and brand new and crisp colors. Looks wonderful.
Nice.
And then the giving staff, something unique. This is my 4th district and never encountered a staff scholarship program. And so it's really cool and it says a lot about our staff. No change in our salary schedules for the after-school programs. They're same as last year. Second reading on our Neola updates. Golden Touch is our consulting firm that writes the 21st Century Grant and then helps us do the end of year reports and all the CERT helps the showers and the staff with surveys and all those compliance pieces to make sure we touch all the bases for getting that large sum of money.
Yeah, those are required, by the way. Just
correct. So, and then we're going to approve you all to drive our vehicles. So,
Still haven't done that one yet.
yeah, I've yet to be in the van, so maybe we go for a ride. A correction on the curriculum guide for the secondary school, mainly for the high school, has to do with credits achieved needed for graduation, as well as the honors diplomas. There's an academic honors, arts honors, and a career tech honors. And I'll start with those. Those are given by the state, and those requirements, those criteria are set by the state, and they're on the OD's website. We just had some different things plugged in, different requirements, honors courses in science in one instance, another for math, and state of Ohio doesn't require those. And so it's their award. We need to mirror what their expectations are. Coincidentally, everybody else in the county does the same thing. So that's part of that correction. The other has to.
So Matt, we're making it harder than what it needs to be. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the other has to do with credits, and there was a discrepancy with what our course planning handbook was saying versus our board policy. Our board policy states 20 credits, and our curriculum guide was saying 21. And so we are correcting that to 20, which is the state. And as far as county comparison, they're all over the place. Some of them are 21. I think somebody's 21.5. Another one's 20. So we need to get our kids graduated. So let's get 20 and get them moving is why I'm recommending the 20.
Okay.
Let's see, we talked about the My Math curriculum, and that's what we had used previously. We're going to continue to bridge that. We did because the team got into the book room at BES. We were able to shave off several thousands of dollars off what if we would purchase that in June. But we do need that as a bridge for this year only, and then we'll be full with iReady. 10.11 is probably haven't experienced tonight, but if you're here during the day and you're logged on, you're going to get kicked off the internet several times throughout the day, and we're maxing our usage. with our teachers, particularly the math department, and using Alex in the middle school, we're maxing it out. And so we are on bended knee asking for the board to approve us to more than double our capacity, and so we can free up and not get kicked off, because we've all been affected by it.
And Matt, is that something, is part of that also, from what I understand, some of the teachers are trying to work more with the kids on computers to get them
Oh, absolutely.
acclimated, so that if we have to go virtual, we don't have the same.
Yep. The teachers, they've been already introduced kids to Google Classroom. That was part of the plan, was to get them here and for the teachers to impart what they have learned just in case.
So they have that buffer with a teacher there and a buffer to help them through that, so they're not just caught.
Right.
And I think that's important.
But high usage.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
Yes,
I
it
know
is a good
teachers are
thing.
excited with some of the new things that we purchased, and it's a good problem to have. Sorry it costs so much.
Yeah.
Those are highlights from the business section.
So for 10.11, there were a couple different options in it.
Yeah, what we're looking at there, we're at 200 megs right now. I thought we could maybe get 300. They don't work like that. The next tier is 500, and then after that's a gig. So the tier we're looking at is the 500. It's $9,000 difference, and we were going to file an appeal with E-rate, but they actually opened a window today due to COVID to allow us to capture and get our E-rate funding for this. So I don't want to guarantee we get it, but they actually opened that up today, so we should even get a good chunk of that back from E-rate.
So this is a 4-year, looks like almost 4 years.
It is.
So we talked about this.
We can go up. We just can't.
You can go up.
Yes.
At any time. Is it
Yes.
that cost that's on this, or is it going to be depend? Is it going to?
It's going to depend on what Spectrum does with their charges. I mean, if we went to that price now, we'd be locked in for
Well,
that
they're
4-year
going
period.
to go up.
It's going to go up. Yeah.
They're not going to go down.
We think we'll hopefully get a couple years out of that, John.
Okay. I just want to make sure that if we go up, I mean, you're the subject matter expert in this, so I'll follow any lead you say, but I just want to make sure that 500 is going to be enough, and we're not going to face some sort of penalty.
No.
A year from now, if we have to go up.
We can always increase. I know Matt Noel and Jim have done quite a bit of work on it. They felt comfortable with that 500 meg tier, so.
Okay. Does Milwaukee know how much we're going over now? I know we're maxing our pipe, but I would think they would have some data that shows how much over we're going.
They did. The charts I saw from last week, we were running, I'm going to say it was like 230 to 240 at some of the peak times I just asked for when I was running into problems here. But yeah, and you can almost tell if you look probably by the classes who's using what when it goes over that cap, and it's about 4 or 5 times a day.
Is it only the bandwidth out is the issue?
That's correct.
Not the bandwidth between buildings?
Nope, that's been resolved.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. I guess can I get a motion to approve the items 10.1 through 10.13?
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion on any of those items? Perfect. Can I get a roll call, Mr. Coe?
Mr. Kai?
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship?
Yes.
Mrs. Graves?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes. And it looks like next up we're at the discussion section.
Yes, sir. So 11.1, reviewing mascot, Native American imagery. As I've talked to and read several articles about other districts dealing with this, everybody's a little bit different. If you don't take it slow and steady, you get, there was a district on the East Coast that voted out a board that changed the mascot and got in and changed it back. And so
Let's not.
I think I spent a lot of time speaking with Mrs. Davis, who's the head of director of communications, and handling this at Olentangy schools. And They're going through obviously a lot larger district, a lot more buildings involved, and this has been a several year process for them. And they're just getting to the middle school and high school, and where they thought they were going to go with it, they thought it was kind of going to be smooth sailing, and now there's stuff coming back at them and having them rethink. So certainly taking it slow and steady and being thoughtful and considerate is what we want to be about. And so I do want to announce that I shared with the board that I'd reached out to the National Congress of American Indians. They had contacted us early June, and we've been in communication with them. And they are going to provide a speaker for our October 15th meeting. Licia Maddox, and she is the Vice President of External Affairs for the National Congress. She's a Quechan tribe citizen, which is at the Fort Yuma Indian Reservation. So she'll be joining us, and we'll have a presentation. And I thought, that we could use that October meeting as hearing that side of it, and educating ourselves with why this is an issue for the people. And then my suggestion then is for the November meeting, a gentleman in the audience here who's working on a superintendent's license needs a project to do. So Mr. Souter and I would like to, and maybe with Mr. Freer, who was here last month, present to the board kind of a history of our mascot and just a chronological presentation to the board. And then at that point, both sides, if you will, will present it, and then maybe that's a time the board would want to think about a community engagement type thing and to hear from folks, but maybe get the two sides out there first, and then look for feedback and engagement.
I think that's a good idea.
Thoughts?
Yeah, Mr. Shear he was here, our last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
He
Yes.
has some information to share too, so.
Yeah.
I think that's.
So yeah, we definitely need community feedback on this, certainly.
Yeah, I like the proposal of framework that you laid out as
Yeah, I
kind of a
like
timeline.
Information finding
Yeah.
first. And then.
That'll probably be a good learning experience for us all.
So we got a date with the library. Yep. Awesome. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that, that's interesting.
Yeah, well,
And I think that.
whatever you guys find, let's make sure we preserve that for this school,
Right.
just because I think it'd be worthwhile for us to save it to teach about our history.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna take snapshots of every bee that's in every yearbook and put them out there for everybody to see, the new bees and the old bees, and
That's a good idea, because I've
we've had
seen,
lots of bees.
yes, and I've seen a few people say, that did we change the bee, they went back to the original. I can tell you from 1969, there wasn't much of an original, we probably used about 35 of them since I graduated.
Yeah.
And back in the 60s, they used the Old English bee, which was crazy. It was great. But yeah, my cheerleading uniforms probably had 4 different ones on them. So yeah, there's lots and lots of bees out there. We've used them all. I don't know what the original one would look like.
Anything else with that, or is that, are we okay to proceed that way? Is that, and again, it's a fluid thing, and again, like I said, the one with Angie was having to redirect because of some, some feedback they were receiving, and I think everybody's open to that. Yeah. Okay, so graduation rate actually was a request by Mr. Kime.
Yeah, so
last meeting.
I just had wanted this on our agenda because we're not doing as well as we should, in my opinion. I'm getting like Sarah was inhaling her mask.
So
I just
have
want
sympathy for our teachers who do that.
Yeah,
Seriously.
hear you loud and clear and feel you loud and clear.
Yeah.
I just want to have a discussion as a board, because I think we've let this go for far too long on not improving our graduation rate. That's why we're here, is to get kids diplomas. Of course, diplomas that mean something. It's been too long, and we haven't done as well as I know we can. It's over 100 and, what was the final number, Matt? 146 kids within the last 10 years did not graduate within 4 years. It's like taking almost 2 classes and saying, granted, they could come back in 5 years, but our 5-year graduation rate's not much better. Or they could get a GED, but it's like saying, no diploma, here you go, have fun, trying to figure out life. Like, that's a pretty foundational step. And of course, within the community too, if we're sending kids out into our own community without diplomas, we have to figure out why that's going on, and we need to get it fixed. So anybody else, your thoughts on what we should do just as a board? Because I think we need to set an expectation in terms of improving this.
Well, I mean, I agree that it needs to be a focus. And I think it has been in some respect over the last year or so. Certainly, you guys made that very clear in the previous board that was something we needed to improve upon.
And I'm afraid we caught on too late because we weren't paying attention to it as much as we should have. And that's why I'm so on fire for this right now, is because I was part of a board that could have paid attention sooner to it, because I didn't know this was as much of a trend as it is. So I mean, I just want us to get an expectation out there and give everybody sitting out there marching orders. Like, okay, we want to see this by this time.
So you're looking for like a goal?
Yeah, a goal, because it's just frustrating when I see other schools in the county, just our neighbors, they don't seem to have the same problem we do.
Oh,
I know all schools are different, but kids right down the street, and a lot of kids are open enrolling from our district. So like, we got more similar than we do different, in my opinion. So
I think it's difficult to compare Carl Crawford and Wentworth to be Shires. The demographics are completely different. We know that.
yeah, you look at Galleon and Crestline.
Yeah, and
Those,
the one chart, similar districts were 5%, not 12 to 15%. So I think we're close. Do we have work to do? Absolutely. But I don't see how right now, how we're ever going to be at that 95, 98%. I feel like it's going to be a tough task with just the demographics. It'd be great if we could, but if we can just get to the 90% with our similar districts as a first goal.
yeah, oh
and
yeah,
then build upon that.
I'm talking like incrementally, like we hit this step,
Right.
then we hit this step, then we're at our ultimate goal of high 90s, maybe even 100, like some of the other districts in this county have done.
Yeah.
Like,
I'd like to see, is there a graph of Bucyrus with the other districts laid out that shows that 90% average? Do we have, is there something, so like, I know on the trend report, we were like, our similar district, one of them was like Youngstown or something.
yeah.
So is there data that shows what our similar districts are and what their graduation rates are individually?
Yes.
So I'd like to see
I can
that.
put that together. You can get
Yeah,
that.
that's fine. That's fine. I think that would be, that's where we need to be focused on, because I don't see our demographics changing much.
Right,
anytime
and
soon.
like our demographics, we're gonna have headwinds. Like we will. There's no way of getting around that. But like I saw Gary Frankhouse had shared something about like the future of Crawford County. They like made a movie or something trying to kind of prop up what work's being done in Crawford County. And I'm like, we gotta start pulling some more weight here in terms of graduation numbers. And I don't know what it's gonna look like. Kim, you might be able to speak better to that. I just want to see them improve. I don't care who gets the credit. I don't care who's at fault, because as I stated, I'm part of a board that is at fault for not paying attention sooner. I just want to see them go up.
I think it's one of those things that doesn't always get talked about. And,
Yeah.
Until you start getting into the weeds, and then it's like shocking.
Well, and I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a balanced sort of way, and that you see you're not lowering expectations of our kids so that our graduation numbers go up.
Right.
We've got test scores that are also rising. Graduation rate will follow if you start doing some of this other stuff.
Exactly.
It really will. So.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I do think that speaks very much to the reading initiatives, and because, children who read at a frustration level, that is technically the level at which the child shuts down.
Mhm.
And then the behaviors start, and then they drop out and they get discouraged, and that happens early with non-readers. So you're right. I think that will certainly help, and I agree with Randy in the sense that I think it needs to be incremental, as far as expectations, but certainly
we need to form a realistic
to
expectation.
get some realistic goals and then build on those would be great.
And Matt, you shared with me on Friday that we're, knock on wood, trending in a really great direction for the current senior class.
Last year by September, we were looking at 40 in the class of the cohort was 102, 104 that were not on time to graduate, either by credit or by university points. That number's about half right now.
That's
This
great.
class is about the same size. Still some kiddos that have a lot of work to do.
Sure.
But yeah, knock on wood. We got a shot at doing something.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. And I will say that was probably the light bulb moment for me as a board member, is when you brought that news to us last year, saying if we don't do some serious work, we're going to be in trouble come springtime. Granted, nobody saw what was coming in the springtime. But, Kim, could you kind of shed light on, like Matt said, whatever, I couldn't hear the number you said was not on track. Well,
you mean last year?
like how do you reach that number and determine what kids are okay? Because
I'll walk you through graduation.
Thank you.
And how we get to where we are. So the top of this says fiscal year 2021 graduation cohort. What we do every year is pull from EMIS the cohort, and that has students that have withdrawn for whatever reason, transferred out of state, transferred to a different district, graduated early. There's, I think, like 13 codes that can happen within this graduation cohort. You have to go through and identify every single kid one by one, walk through it. We tediously did that last year, I think maybe 5 or 6 times with Felicia, and worked through it rigorously. This year was much easier, obviously, going back through it, because I knew many of the students and we knew where they were. So this year's graduation cohort starts with 103. Those are 103 students that started their freshman year here. That's how the cohorts form. So from their freshman year, we began with 103, 8 transferred out in the 4 years or 3 years prior, either to another district in Ohio or a district outside of Ohio, which brings us down to 95 is our current graduation number. The cohort's still 103, but the people that are in our building that can graduate are 95.
Okay.
Then you look over at the lighter blue, students that have not met the 18 points or 2023 requirement. Then you start dissecting those numbers down, and that's where you get to your graduation rate. Currently, we have 4 seniors that are in non-attendance. That's 4 we are trying to get back. They either withdrew last year, stopped attending last year, or have not attended one day yet this year. They were all 18 or above. So it's very hard. You can't press charges. You really need to just get hold of them to get them back. Next is 4 at the secondary need a pathway that are at our building. We're down to already only 4 kids that did not meet their graduation points or pathway. I sat down with Nicole Miller today. Matt McKeever was gracious in the summer, pulled all of our data, put it onto a spreadsheet. We took what ODE gave us, whatever they scored on their government course last year is what they get on their government exam if they were in it. The other thing that the state had just passed, anybody that would have retested last year, they get the grade they had in the class. So we only have 4 struggling students that are in our building currently, not including the 4 that are non-attendance. We have 27 at the Pioneer Career and Technical Center that need a graduation pathway. Typically, Pioneer graduates all of the students. They can do their work keys exam, their web exam, or they'll let us know and we help them find an alternate pathway. If you go to the next column, students that have met their 18 points or 2023 requirement, 47 after we went through the data, 47 have already met their 18 points per the class of 2021 requirements from the State Department of Education. 9 have met the 18 points with grade replacement according to the new House bill. Again, awesome. Ms. Miller has great contacts at ODE. So a couple of phone calls, which would have been a couple weeks or a month waiting, we were able to figure out some of these details. And 2 students met with the 2023 graduation pathway. Again, we have to create charts, go through everything, make sure that they have these kids have met with seals. The last group, students that are credit deficient. Currently, we only have 11 seniors that are credit deficient. Last year, we started with 30. And the 30 most of them had 8 or more classes. Wow. This year, the majority of have 5 or less. We do have a few that have 10. So of that, there's a total of only 58 courses that the 11 need to make up. Last year, we were over 200. So we have cut a quarter of the courses these kids need, not by cutting their curriculum. The same students that did test in the fall last year used Edmentum, and 6 of them have got 3s, 4s, or 5s on their state test. So it is not a dummy down curriculum. It's not cutting anything out of their curriculum because they're still getting 3s, 4s, and 5s with using our online platform through credit recovery. So again, last year in August, we had 30 credit deficient students, 50 left graduation points. Sitting here today, last year in the same spot, we would have had 50.3% of our kids graduate. This year, not including the Career Center kids, we have 60 of 95. We're already at 63.1% graduation rate. We have the potential of starting at a 96% graduation rate this year. We're not starting in the 80s. We're starting in the mid-90s and trying to get the kids across the threshold. Something that you're talking about, Mr. Kine, a visual. We're creating a visual for the office, kind of like you've seen with the Pepsi products that have the thermometer and how to get there. Yes. We're going to have the visual posted in the front office, in the administrative hallway. So every teacher that leaves, every administrator that walks by remembers our goal of graduation. It's not for me, it's not for you guys, it's for the parents and the kids to graduate. They need more graduates out there. We need to have the kids working. Especially being college and career ready, we want to make sure we fulfill that obligation to them. So encouraging. Already on track this year with 15% almost higher graduation rate.
That's awesome to hear.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did put together, I'm gonna call it a statement.
If I'm way off base here, and I'm not an educator, but I've been thinking a lot about the graduation and enrollment. I think the
plays into it, and I was actually able to find data on it, which I was kind of surprised. This is like one of those driving to work thoughts or in the shower thoughts. But so this current academic year, we lost 71 students from August of last year. Now, I know not all of those students were open enrolled kids, but a significant portion of those most likely were. So I asked myself, how can we slow this trend down or reverse course and start adding students to the district? There's no easy answer, and there's no one single answer that's going to change this. It's going to take a concerted effort from all of us, top down, every employee of the district. It's going to happen. Everyone's got to be involved. So I said, why do most kids leave our district? The majority of them leave due to multiple negative experiences within our district. Many times these negative experiences happen over several years. Usually students aren't leaving after one negative experience, but the more of these keep occurring, then the chances of them leaving increase over time. It's kind of the same principle as business. If you go to a business and you have a negative experience, you may go back. But if you continue to have those same negative experiences, you're not going to go to that business anymore. So that's where I'm kind of headed in this. Okay. So I've worked in some sort of business industry my entire career. A lot of it's been focused on customer service and customer retention. So customers, like I said, customers stick with one negative experience, and then once they continue to build up, then they'll leave. So I think we need to take a more customer service focus with our customers. So who are our customers? There are students, there are parents, there are teachers, and there are community members, okay? So our number one priority needs to be educating our children and developing them to be our future leaders. But maybe we need to incorporate a customer service feel into our educational system. In my eyes, we're enhancing the student experience. If you want to retain customers and grow your business, then you need to offer them an enhanced customer experience. That's where I brought that up earlier. I did some research on this, and believe it or not, there is a lot of data out there about this very topic. I gathered just a few items that I think we could implement tomorrow and begin better serving our students and customers right away. One, I'm going to call these the B effect. Is be responsive. Being responsive is one of the best ways to deliver a great student experience and customer experience. And I also say this is probably one of the biggest complaints that I see and hear in the community is just it's a communication problem. Be available. So that means a lot of things, but I think the one thing that stuck out to me is everyone knows where to go to get the information when they need it. So we've had some communication breakdowns, in the past, and people didn't know where to go. And maybe it was on the website, but people don't think to go to the website. So if we have one place that has, and maybe it's some sort of portal that we put together that has everything out there that we need. I know our website does, but our website is kind of tricky, I feel like sometimes. And then the other one is just be service oriented. So providing great service is providing our stakeholders with what they want. We need to collect feedback through surveys. Ask students and parents what would make their experience better. But we can't just collect it, we have to act on it. So I think that's very important. If we have negative experiences, we need to survey our folks, our students, our parents, even our teachers. I know we do that, but let's act on them. And I know I've mentioned exit interviews on multiple occasions. I believe we should be conducting exit interviews, not only on our employees, but on our customers. So when a student leaves, we should survey that parent to ask why. Maybe it was out of our control, but maybe there's something that needs corrected, can be fixed, and prevent other students from leaving our district. So, sorry, a little long, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and I wanted to go look, and there is a lot of data out there on that. So
maybe we're doing these things. I don't know if educators take, customer service focus. I know you're an educator, but in the grand scheme of things, we're all in customer service, whether we think about it or not. You are. So if I'm wrong, tell me, please. But if we stick, you mentioned this earlier, if we continue to do the same thing and it's not working, then maybe we need to try something different. And maybe it's just having that customer service mentality, and it's something we talk about in our buildings with our staff and whoever it may be.
You're spot on. We see it a lot. We do more on the business side with business.
Right.
I appreciate
Randy,
exactly
we had, and it's eerie because we had almost the exact same conversation the first year when I was on the board. I agree with all that you're saying. Like, yeah, we can serve customers better, but what does that look like?
Well, that's what I say. It's going to have to be a lot of dialogue and what.
And
But I think it's just, if we can end things on a positive note, because right now, there's not a whole lot of positive that's coming out of our district, unfortunately. It's just, it's negative after negative after negative. And we all see it. We're all on social media. We all see it. So if we can get rid of the negative stuff and start focusing on the positives. And, Mr. Hardy's situation was a terrible situation. So it's stuff like that if we can have a positive experience instead of a negative, it's going to go a long way.
Yeah, and Randy, just to continue, because we had a lot of those same conversations a couple of years ago, but I felt like we crept dangerously close to worrying more about people who are leaving instead of taking better care of the ones that stay. And that's just something to be leery of as we go forward. Not saying we're there, or not saying we crept, like, it's just my opinion. I felt like we maybe crept too far away, like, because we had just news blasts, Facebook page and all that, advertising all the great things that we do here. And we do great things here. But we still saw people leaving our district, and that was the most frustrating thing. And then look in hindsight and see, well, our numbers aren't getting any better. And then just over the past couple months, we've really started taking a hard look at what we're doing here. I think we just have started probably the first step of the multiple steps we'll have to take to reach that end goal of better taking care of our kids, our teachers,
And we need to restore
and
our
pride. The best thing we can do, or one of the best things, is we can put more graduates out in our community.
Yes.
Like reading today in the TF, they had all the graduation rates for 2019. We're at 85%.
Yeah.
Everybody else was above 90. Like that's not a headline we want to see anymore.
No. And we need
But,
to take
yeah,
pride.
like
We need people
top
to-
down, we can get better.
Yeah.
Well,
We
I mean,
can.
The other side of that is, we don't put much out at this point. We do a lot of really great things in our district. We really do.
Mhm.
How much of that is making its way out to the better side?
And we have to make sure that.
I'm not saying we do what we did before necessarily. But
Well, yeah,
there's a
yeah,
balance
yeah.
in how that all needs to look.
Yeah.
And I'll be the first to say it, and it's no secret, we got a lot of new faces here. We're still trying to figure out how we all work together. And we'll eventually achieve that balance. We're working towards it. But we've had 3 new faces on our board. We're all trying to figure out how to work with each other and with new administrators. So I'm thinking we're getting there, but we have, like I said about setting expectations, like we have to be clear with them just as much as they have to be clear with us as what they are seeing. Like it's a give and take, push and pull type of situation that will eventually get us there.
Yeah, and Randy, your point is well taken too, that we have to do a better job of making sure that the positive things come out. And right now, social media,
you know, that's one thing that our district, somehow we managed to think that's okay for everyone to badmouth Bucyrus. And that's frustrating.
I can't stand it.
To see some of the stuff on Facebook of Bucyrus people. Why in the world do we tear down our own district? You know, when they're, you know, kids, they teach them young, you know, the kids at Winford, nobody speaks ill of Winford to tell about it. It is just a given there. And, you know, Colonel Crawford and those are the same. You know, they expect their people to be behind their school district. And if you start bashing them on social media, there's a whole bunch of people that are gonna come on and bash you for saying negative things.
We got to be more
And we
patient
need
and
to be
nicer to
more-
each other.
Yes, we need to be the
As a
cheerleaders
community.
for our own district. And we need parents to be cheerleaders for our district. Because you can't raise those expectations if the expectations are so low. So, yeah, we need to start expecting rallying behind the district. The naysayers need to, you know, it's a little bit like my mom was like, can't say anything nice, just don't say anything at all.
It's like, it's been a rough stretch of months, no secret. But we cannot have that be an ankle weight around us going forward. And that's everybody. Like, we gotta let it go and we gotta move ourselves forward. Like, change is hard, but change is needed. It's like, I just want to see our district improve, just like everybody else up here.
And always remember the golden rule. I mean, that's number one in customer service too, Randy.
Exactly.
Off of you, you know, treat others as you want to be treated. So,
Exactly, and
Customer
nobody
retention.
really likes being bashed.
That's
And
been,
unfortunately, we hear a lot of that too, you know, that they don't feel that they're talked to in a respectful manner, or emails that they might receive are, you know, a negative connotation, or, you know, so it's truly the way you treat people too, you know, because certainly if I'm coming in and it's negative feedback, this and that and the other, I might want to go look elsewhere, you know, if that's what I'm gonna be dealing with day after day. So we really need to pay attention to that too, you know.
yeah, thank you for
We
bringing
need to
all
treat
that up,
everybody
Randy.
with respect. So.
I agree.
That's very well thought out and
Thank you.
definitely needs to.
I'm not saying we need to revamp the educational process.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm just saying let's maybe approach it a little differently. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I mean, 71 kids in 1 year is a lot.
It fits into what we should be doing. I mean,
Right.
what's our end goal? Our end goal is our kids, getting them to where they need to be. So
Yep.
how do we appropriately get them where they need to be academically, make sure the experiences they have are memorable ones and great ones.
Yeah,
And
definitely. Focus on the positive. Negative breeds negative, you know,
And
so.
I think we have everybody in the room who this district, and Lori, I will include you too as a teacher, because you are like, we are the folks who are looked to set the example. So.
You know, we used to get like all the incoming kindergartners got a red shirt to wear on Fridays, and we kind of dropped that. You know, maybe we need to look at reinstituting that kind of stuff, you know, their little red hair to be proud of the district. And
You're 100% correct. Matt, I talked to you about this on Friday.
We did it for years, and then all of a sudden it just got dropped. And
I think, you know, something that meant a lot to the kids, they did wear it, and that kind of went by the wayside, and you know, maybe we need to look at implementing that kind of stuff.
We have no pride.
Start them.
Really,
Yeah,
right now.
right.
None. And
It's very low.
I told Matt, recently I was up in Huron, not really been to Huron much, but as soon as I drove through there, I said, man, they got a lot of pride. They have yard signs for their incoming kindergarten kids. So I'm gonna be whatever their nickname was for the class of 20, 30, whatever. And then I knew where every football player lived. They had a 4-foot helmet in their front yard up against the house.
We don't have any of that. When I drive through town, I see Winford and Crawford signs in our town. And, you know, they used to decorate the businesses downtown for Friday night football games. They don't really do that anymore. It's just a grand.
We need to see what we can
Yeah.
get going. I know part of that came about because we are one of the few 12,000 population that has 3 districts in it.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
businesses will say, well, I can't support everybody, so I'm picking so-and-so or whatever. But Bucyrus, you know, this is the home of this district, and we need to, you know, some of them have the football players during football season up on those little flag things downtown, or, you know, then the basketball players and the, you know, the seniors, whatever.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would love.
I would like to see some of that kind of stuff too.
I
Just
know-
pride in the district.
I know I'm beating the graduation rate drum, but if we can say we got the highest graduation rate in the county, like how great of a headline would that be?
Mhm.
Like that. I mean, dare I say it, but it might be as good as winning the copper kettle back. Got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Anything more? Done.
No.
It wasn't really directed at you. All right, next up, is executive session, right? So, can I get a motion to approve the executive session for the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of public employees or regulated individuals, or the investigation of charges or complaints against a public employee or regulated individual, unless such a person requests a public hearing in accordance with the RS Code 121.22. At the beginning of the motion.
So move.
Second.
Roll call.
Yes.
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 Thank you all for.
Yes, thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you so much.
That was very helpful.
Very informative.
Yes. Very informative.
Yeah.
Have a good year, Lori. Thank you,
Safe
guys.
travels home, everybody.
That was.
Safe travels home, yes.
You want cream filled or cake or what do you?
Matt, just buy a dozen. Just
I know what the element.
Yep. It'll catch up. Okay, I think we're all there. Deb's computer died, so I think we're good.
Well, can I get a motion to adjourn tonight's Board of Education meeting?
Support.
Roll call, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Blankenship?
Yes.
Mr. Keim?
Yes.
Mrs. Graves?
Yes.
Mrs. Hoover?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned at 9:04.
Randy,
Yeah.
from Dr. Hall, Matt, let Randy know that the person assigned to Fairway resigned the first week of school.